Hello, good afternoon. Hi Ben, how are you? Um, I need some clean water. Is that going to be clean? It's not going to be clean. This will be clean though. How are you doing this lovely Saturday? How are we all doing this lovely Saturday? It is still boiling here, so I have the AC on. If it's loud or if you guys can like really hear it over the chat, let me know because I can always turn it down, as in the temperature up, and it won't be as noisy. But yeah, I'm alright. It's Saturday, I've had a lazy morning, which has been very nice. And now I'm gonna go do some painting. Boiling, yeah, it's very warm here, it's very muggy. It is very muggy. But that's okay. That is okay. I mean, it's not ideal, but I would rather have it warm than cold. So, oh Christ, my glass is a bit slippery. Righty-ho. Trying to create some space. I have way too much stuff on my desk again, which sort of always seems to happen after a while. I try and tidy it up, and then after a while it just turns into a state again, so. I don't know what keeps happening on my camera. I feel like every time I sit down, the angle is slightly different. Always the way, yeah. No, but that's fine. I'm not complaining. I like the heat. So for me, it's not really an issue as much as it is for other people, or for some other people. I find it quite nice, but I do realise that a lot of people find it unpleasant. Yeah, this can go in the bin. But we bought a new one. We bought a new one. Just checking I don't have another open one. I do. Don't know how old this one is, but also bin time. What about in this drawer? Where all the sparesies live. Just blues and golds, I think. Yep. Cool. I can open a new paint pot, yeah! If I can remember where I put it, there it is. No. No, the stand is like to the side of me, so I'm not sure. And it's more like that the angle changes downward, whilst I know that the tripod is solid as can be, so I don't really know. It doesn't really matter, it's just weird. It just feels like something is nudging it, but I know it probably isn't, and it's probably yeah. I mean, the fact that I have 2 dead pots of Screaming Skull is probably saying something, but have I got brown on my desk yet? I do not. Das, thank you so much for the resub. You are too kind. How are you today? to have been with those. Yeah, absolutely. Most welcome. How's your day going? My day is going all right. It's warm in here, so I have the AC on, and I was just saying that if it's noisy, then you guys have to tell me, because I can change the settings on it and make it less noisy, but this way it's nice and cool. And other than that, I've had a fairly quiet morning, so that was nice. But it's sort of too warm to go for a nice dog walk and everything at the moment, so it's George's a bit bored. Alright, woke up with some kind of inflammation in your eyelid. Oh no. Is it like swollen and red, or is it... Let's see if this is going to be... Oh man, this bloody camera. The heat needs to sort of shit out. I quite like the heat, but it's just... I know that it's not very nice for the animals, and it's not very nice for the garden, which is a very millennial thing to say. Yeah, I'll be happy when it cools off slightly towards like the end of the week and it gets to like early 20s. That's quite nice. Swollen and red, you have an eye wash all sorted. Oh, that's good. I hope so. Are you up to anything this weekend, or just chilling? Possibly dropped frames, potentially. I did have to move my camera, which also may have caused an issue. I think at the moment. Yeah, there is. It's not very happy. For some reason, I haven't been able to get all 3 lights on my power line adapter to go green in a long time. I've reset the bastards on both sides multiple times, so it's just chilling. Nothing exciting going on. A few bits which you need to do, but nothing crazy. Yeah. Same here. No real plans, so I can spend most of my weekend painting, which is quite nice. I spent about 5 hours painting yesterday, which was good. Well, not just painting, also building. Morning, Degamad. How are you? How are you doing? Or the temptation to get drunk on Saturday and a safe day to do so, which you rarely do these days. Yeah. I haven't actually drunk more than like a glass or 2 since my birthday, really, when we were in London for the meetup. I don't really drink unless it's a social thing, and as I am not the most social of people, it doesn't happen very often. I do have a bottle of Bailey's in the fridge and some decaf coffee ice cubes, though, so I might indulge in some of that later tonight. You need to get stuff out of the way so you can do projects. Just putting off the busy work too much. Yeah. I mean, that happens. What do you mean you are a social butterfly? Yeah. For about like half an hour and then I'm tired. But, it never lasts very long. Unless it's like with the exact people that I want to be with, and then I just pay for it the next day instead of the day itself. You see, oh, I love people, I love my friends, this is great. Then, oh yeah, outside people, fuck, yeah, exactly. It's, I very much enjoy hanging out with some people. And then, yeah, it's, it never lasts long. What are you doing, buddy? I hear it too, even someone in the other garage. Yeah, that's okay, they're just getting their lawnmower, I think. George is nudging my leg because he's hearing stuff in the garage next door. He's like, very good boy, not barking. That's nice, quiet, George. Good boy. Yeah, no, I have a great time when I'm out, but only with the right people. And even with the right people, I get very, very tired. So but then it just feels like it's more worth it somehow. Yeah, don't belong there. If there's a new person in the room, that's your target. I tend to gravitate to the people, if I don't know anyone myself, like not personally or not intimately anyway, I tend to gravitate towards the people who are sort of standing off to the sidelines, who aren't quite involved either. Because they feel safer somehow, which is a bit weird, I guess, but it's very rare for me to be in a situation where I'm out with people who I don't know really well. I think RoseCon was the first time in years that I went out of my comfort zone in that way, and I sort of clung to Johnny Jeans like a fucking barnacle for the weekend. It's you do that to a bit more to make them feel included. Yeah, I guess there's a bit of that as well. Like, I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable, and I usually connect quite easily. I don't really have an issue like going up to people and talking to them, but for me to feel truly comfortable, it takes a while, and I find it very tiring to be around people that I don't feel super comfortable around yet. But these things can grow, right? These things can grow. And it's a great way to meet new people. So if they're not necessarily immediately super comfortable, that means that they probably have similar hang-ups to the ones I have. So it's a pretty safe bet to go speak to them. Next weekend, Nivian and I are going to a Siege Studios painting class, and I am very nervous. Very nervous. Because a whole section of the class is about airbrushing, and I've barely touched my airbrush so far. And I know the whole point of a class is to learn, but I've never enjoyed being the person who doesn't know anything yet. So it's a little bit terrifying to me. I'm sure we'll have a great time though. I don't, if nothing else, I will learn a lot and best get practicing. Yeah, I mean, I spent some time yesterday with my airbrush. Colossal games. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. Oh yeah, I aspire to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh as though it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass you call a temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved, for the machine is immortal. Even in death I serve the Messiah. That's quite the quote. Quite the quote. Welcome to the chat. Project today. Finally finished resurrecting an old computer for CAD work. Connect it up to KVM switch so you don't have to use additional monitors. Good shout. How are you today, Alex? I love that model you posted in the chat or in the on the Discord. It looks really cool. Have I got white? Could be applied to Iron Hands as well as AdMech. Yeah, true. Not too awful. Went out to the cinema yesterday, so I'm a bit tired. Yeah, I feel the same way after cinema. Especially walking out of the cinema after the movie. I always feel really like, it feels really jarring. What movie did you go see? Should be a bit more patient with that, I guess. That's fair. I went to see F1 the movie. I didn't know you were into Formula 1. I'm assuming F1 the movie is about Formula 1. You need to go to the cinema soon. You haven't been in too long. I'm just trying to think what movie the last one that was that I watched in the cinema. I'm thinking it was that one. Oh god. It is, you're not overly more casual fan through Twix. Ah, fair enough. It's just sometimes these things sort of seep into, yeah, it's like osmosis, isn't it? You sort of absorb them and start to enjoy them through a partner. I had that with Archer, the TV show. I'm trying to think what the movie was that I watched in the cinema last. I feel like it was... Oh god, what was it called? We went and watched it in the cinema here in Felixstowe, which is tiny. I'm just trying to remember now. What was his name? Is that the guy? That is the guy. The guy who was in Bill Murray, that's his name. I think it was anyway. It wasn't Lost in Translation, but he did a movie about him traveling to go see a friend who has cancer or something like that. And he just walks, I think. I feel like it was a rework of an existing movie. I'm doing some nice chill journaling today as a break. Oh, nice. I haven't touched my journaling in ages. I really should. Because I do like it. It just never really... It feels like a priority. But I am quite happy with my progress yesterday. Like I said, I built a bunch of, well, I was building some, yeah, I would like that actually. You can put it in the Discord. Or in chat or whatever. Hey Thijs, how are you? How are you doing today? I'm trying to think, should these skulls be metal or should they be skull colored? Reopen close tab. Skull colored it is. Doing okay, you wanted to get some paints, but you can only get them online. You don't need many from their brand and you have to buy all kinds of extra crap to get to. Yeah, I know that feeling. This dog of cinema reminded you need to sort of all over the movie night. Yes! That'd be cool. Not urgent, obviously, we got loads of time, but still... be nice to get some votes in. The Princess Bride would be awesome. Still haven't watched that. It's another one of those classics that everyone is always talking about and has seen, and I haven't seen it, so I kind of want to watch it. Same with The Fifth Element, also one that I still haven't seen and probably should see. If for no other reason than to understand the memes. And I do feel like I missed a bit of movie education there growing up with without those movies or having watched those. Yeah, exactly. Everyone knows that, and I don't. I just know that this chick has orange hair, and that's about the only thing that I know about this movie. Most quoted line of that movie, yeah. Spaceballs is another one of those that I still haven't seen, I think. And again, I feel like I probably should. But yeah, Princess Bride would be cool. if that could end up on the list to be voted for. Obviously, I can always just suggest it as a voting option. I have to move these things again. Teal Tips looks like it has some glitter embedded. It does. It's about three coats of glitter on top of the teal base coat. Yeah. It's one of those nail polish options that always just makes me sort of happy. With silly glitter and stuff. I also like just a black polish or a really dark green or something, but there's just something to be said for sparkles. 3, goddamn. Yeah, it works. It's a type of polish that just looks better with multiple coats, so I'll just add a few coats on. You made snow globes. I love that. Having glitter everywhere, not necessarily something I would love. It's one advantage of nail polish, that it at least stays in one place. You sure you hit the tablespoon for the week? What kind of snow globes did you make? I don't think I've ever heard of anyone making snow globes, so I'm intrigued. Baby jar with little toys you bought from a store. Oh, cute. That actually works, I suppose. Just build it in the lid. Plans a glitter bomb for me. Yeah, no. I have a dog with black hair. Everything he will be glittery for weeks and it will be itchy for him. It'd be very pretty, but it would be so annoying. I did once send a glitter bomb to someone at work. Many years ago. Because he was saying he hated glitter so much that whenever his little girl came to stay with him for the weekend, if she came over wearing a princess dress, which had glitters in it, he would make her take the dress off before she could go through the porch, because he hated it so much. So I was like, you deserve some fucking glitter in your house, my man. You are a miserable bastard. So I anonymously sent him some. G going everywhere, fabulous. Yeah, glue toy to the lid, tablespoon of clear glue, cup of water, then add it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I know, right? Miserable bastard. That's what I thought. He's like... She's just so happy to be looking like a princess, and you're gonna be fucking miserable telling her that you don't like glitter in your house, and she has to take the dress off. So it's like, not having any of that. You're gonna have glitter in your house. Yeah, exactly. Not just any kid, your own kid. It's it upset me, so I decided to. And it wasn't even suspicious because we'd all been to his house once for a like a barbecue. Everyone knew where he lived, so there's a reason she visits and doesn't live. Yeah. See, the sad thing is, he would never do that to his son. I think. So yeah, he's a pretty decent guy for the rest of it. That just made me really upset. It just broke the little girl heart inside of me. Like how would you do that? Like, boys club, yeah. It's almost trauma-inducing for the kid. I don't think he was like, oh, you're not allowed to come in. I don't think he was miserable to her, but I think it was like a rule in his house that there was no glitter allowed. So, but yeah, I found it quite depressing, and I sent him a glitter bomb because I felt like he deserved it. No fun indeed. Deserved it. Yeah, I thought so. I thought he did, but I'm also a little bit defensive of little girls with miserable dads for parents, so it's I may have been slightly exaggerated in my response, but I still feel like it was worth it. It's funny in a way because I would never want kids myself, but when I hear of people being miserable bastards to their own kids, I get all high and mighty and send glitter bombs. Because I genuinely would not know if I would particularly enjoy having glitter in my own house if it was my own kid, so I don't really know. God, white paint sucks. How am I supposed to drag you if you dry on my brush like freaking... Oh my god. Maybe it's the brush. Change the brush. Grimble grumble, indeed. Well, you'd be grumbling too if you'd repainted the same thing 4 times already and it isn't really improving. Also, camera keeps losing focus, which is also super helpful. Frozen resin. Yeah, this conversation with an artist, often the only way to get over failing being demotivating is to fail enough that you get used to it. Yeah. It's just, ugh. Annoying. Ugh. I'll try again. Ugh. It's the learning curve, and I don't mind the learning curve as long as there's a curve, right? As long as it's not a flat line and just... not trying to prove the definition of insanity, but actually making progress. I mean, there you go. That's progress, right? That's better. And this will do once I add a little bit of blue here and there. Cool. You can hear the garage door. That might be Nivian. That'd be nice. It is. It is Nivian. Hello. George is very happy to see you. I'm also very happy to see you. God. Gosh darn it. Right. Sounds obvious, but this is often a misstep in problem solving. If something doesn't work or do something else, you think it. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there are some things that just require practice, and you just need to fail at them a bunch of times to learn how to do it correctly, even if it is the correct way that you're doing it, because sometimes it just needs a little bit extra. But I think it's easy to get disheartened, right? Easy to, like, you know what? I want it to be fun. I want to enjoy myself. I refuse to do this if I'm not enjoying myself, which is like what was the case for me trying to learn 3D art, or like it's not even 3D art, sorry, digital, just digital painting. I liked analog paper and canvas and stuff, and I like my pencils and I like my paints, and I did not have a good time trying to turn that into digital painting, because all of a sudden I had to teach myself an entire new medium. I have to learn how to work with like layers and stuff, and I kept drawing on the wrong layer, and it really annoyed me. I did not have a good time with it, so I was like, you know what? I don't need to be good at this. I know technically how to use it, but getting good at this is going to be more upsetting than it's going to bring me joy. So I didn't do it anymore. This is one of those things like just don't have enough time, not enough time in a day to do stuff that I don't enjoy. Like why should I be, yeah, why should I be doing something that I don't like if I only have a few hours a day of free time where I can actually do something for myself? Why should I spend that time being upset with myself or not happy? I should be spending it doing things that I enjoy. I was talking with my mum the other day, who is currently at home with a burnout from her work, and has been for the last year, I want to say. She's 65, so she's not like she's going to be missing out on years and years of employment if she suspect a spam call. No thanks. If she doesn't go back to work, and she's been, obviously, there's no such thing as just being at home happily, sitting home with a burnout, but she was saying to me that the things that she does now, like she has an allotment, sort of, that she goes to, and she's in a photography club now, and she likes to cook and she likes to bake and all these things, and she said, I have no idea how I ever found the time to do anything. And she said, like, she said, like, it really hit home to her, like, how much she was not doing the things she wanted to do because of spending so much time in an office doing something she hated. Kind of depressing, really, that we're all having to live our lives like that at the moment. I guess not all of us, but a lot of us. So I try and spend the time that I'm not at work doing things that I enjoy. What colour is this? Bluish. Okay. Which projects are you going to be working on, Degamad? You left a well-paying job just for that. You now work from home. 2 hours, you brought yourself a day. Yeah, exactly. The just not having to commute saves so much time, and I know, like, especially in America, the commutes can be absolutely horrendous. And I think for a lot of people it can be really soul destroying. What did you do before, and what do you do now? Is it the same sort of job, just from home, or? I think you should never get over the difference between USA and European workers, above all, as the lack of paid holiday leave. Oh man, yeah. Like, how do you guys put up with that shit? Your stack of plans first you need to reorganize. Out of sorts, you're losing tools and items you know you have to. Yeah. Yeah. Very familiar with that. Almost the exact thing, just have more personal time, IT support. Oh, that's right, I remember actually. You did tell me. Yeah, but being able to do it from home is completely different from having to travel to an office to do it, and yeah, it always surprises me that like, Americans feel like that's not something that they should be fighting for. But there's a lot of things that I feel like Americans don't realize that they should be fighting for. Well, it's a story about an American company buying a German branch of a company, and trying to implement American values or American rules, and the Germans just absolutely having none of it. Like, there was something about fraternizing, not being allowed to have relations with your co-workers and stuff like that, and the Germans, like, immediately, like, revolted. They're like, nope, 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 revolution, we're not having any of this. No, when you told some of your friends we get 3 weeks paid leave minimum by law, it's like you said the sky was purple. Yeah, I know. And I feel like saying that you only have 20 days a year is often confusing. If you talk to people here, it's like, what, you only get 20 days? I always get 25 days. That kind of reaction. I think 20 days is minimum by law. I think, plus bank holidays. It's mad to think there are people who are happy with 10 days and no bank holidays. I know, right? Like, it almost doesn't feel fair. Like the differences in the Western world for these kind of things. This has been something has been circulating online of the Dutch Queen Maxima imitating the American president, or the way his mouth moves when he talks, and every time I see it, it makes me cackle. She goes like right next to it. She's standing next to him, and it's beautiful. Oh man, she's just. I still can't believe she did it, and I'm sure she'll probably have to apologize for it at some point. But it felt like just the most beautiful shit ever. Like, I knew there's a reason our Dutch king threatened to abdicate, or like threatened to like not take the throne at all if he couldn't marry her. So that's yeah, that's funny. She's a gem, that one. I know, right? I think like everyone who isn't like a fervent supporter of his is going to be chuckling over over the response. It was just, yeah. I found it very funny. Oh, thank you, Alex. I will have a look in a bit. Yeah, she's a gem, that lady. Very proud of our king for, I say our king, the Dutch king, for putting his foot down and saying, I'm gonna marry that woman, I don't care what the rest of you think. I find funny about the ways Americans feel right now. They have all of these targets to blame: immigrants who are doing grunt work for pennies, college students who can't get work, people who don't believe in the same God. Yeah. It's easy to blame other people when you have these targets that you're told to blame. So, oh yeah, it's never the rich people who have all the money and everything. It's always the people who have nothing who get the blame. Well, that's a recurring theme, isn't it? In the world politics, in the world economics, in the world everything. Those who have nothing somehow are to blame for other people having a little bit less, or didn't like Jeff Bezos like rent out part of Venice for an event, and somehow we We blame the Amazon workers. It's just... It's ridiculous. Do you think it's maybe the rich person is shipping you jobs? Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. It's very silly. Always the foreigners. I mean, yeah. Fortunately, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones, apparently. So, still makes me laugh, that. But I mean, we are terrible. I know, right? Dutch ones come to the UK stealing good men. They're taking our jobs. They're taking our men. Or no. Yeah, exactly. You bought that model. No, I can't have it, so you took my opportunity. Yeah. It's true. I am a thief and... Yeah. A thief and an opportunist. Even though I'm in England now and the English economy is in shambles, it's not like... How dare I move to a new country, contribute to the workforce, taxes and commerce, I know. It's, I'm a disgrace. How dare I pay taxes? The way people are taught to think, and I don't even see it. Yeah, it's problematic to say the least. But I feel like those people who think that way aren't going to be swayed by logical arguments. So... It's the whole women who vote for Trump and then get sacked from their job because they were a diversity hire, and then they're like, oh, well, didn't think it was supposed to be me. Hi, Gary, you alright? Oh god, knock over my sepia. How are you doing? I can hear a stretch. Thank you for the redeem. You understand the sign of it too much, it's just painful, yeah. I do wonder what would happen if everyone on Earth was inherently empathetic and kind and frankly smart. Would we even notice? I mean, Good to see you too, Gary. I think the empathy is something that is taught, right? We all have the whole nature-nurture debate, but I think a lot of things are nurture. So if you grow up in an environment where being empathetic or being friendly or kind to your fellow human beings isn't rewarded or doesn't or gets mocked or whatever, then it's very easy to forget how to be kind. Or if you feel like people always want something in return, why would they be kind to me? They always want something. And he's inherently caring, make sure everyone has a turn, make sure everyone gets a piece, is thoughtful. There's a scatterplot of different kinds of human beings made. Yeah, true. I think we all have an inherent ability to be all those things, but if they're not nurtured, it dies a death. I'd love to see more of it in the world, though. Like, I always used to be like that in school. And I know that for a large part, it's still there to an extent. But I've also learned over the years that kindness doesn't always get appreciated, or a good example of that is that we had a new girl in our school or in our class one year, and she was a bit different, a little bit. I think she was like, her parents were Russian immigrants or something, or Belarus or something like that. I can't even remember. I was like 7 years old or something like that. But she was always a bit off, and I found it very difficult that she didn't have any friends. So when we had a school trip where we were supposed to be staying overnight somewhere, and everyone was like making groups to sleep in tents together, I'd planned with two of my friends to sleep in the same tent. And then I found out that she didn't have anyone to sleep with, and said she would be sleeping in a tent alone. So I talked to her and I said, no, we can share a tent. And we planned it. School trip came around. My friend had brought a smaller tent because I wasn't going to be in there anymore. I'd brought a two-person tent for myself and the girl that didn't have anyone to stay with, and she never showed up. So she didn't come to our school trip. My friends didn't have space in their tent, so I was the one sleeping alone. It was like, kindness just gets beaten out of you in a way. over the years. I'll still always be inclined to help or to be supportive or to be nice, but there's limits, right? The issue is more collective illusion. This is where person A believes person B is not trustworthy, but believes themselves to be trustworthy. Yeah, I agree. Makes it really hard to connect and clear the air. Natural selection, easy for all. The trusting people to be wiped out, but yeah, also true. Absolutely true. Yeah, the midnight werewolf. Oh man. Hi, Baldy, you alright? We're having a bit of an existential crisis here today. How are you doing? Are you having a nice weekend? It's such a good game. It's werewolves, weerwolven van Wakkerdam in Dutch, and it's I think you've got Mafia is the same premise, just different setting. Just woken up from a nice nap. Oh, lovely. Gonna get a little painting in. Awesome. You're shaking your legs rhythmically, trying to wake up. I saw the latest sub thing you was shaking. I thought you was losing your mind. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it sort of moves. It's, yeah, don't lose your mind, though. This whole thing doesn't shake. What do you mean? Yeah. No, it's perfectly like. I mean, the Black Dog logo also doesn't pulse. Why do I do this to myself? This is the most awkward angle. It's just a still image, yeah, exactly. I'm not gaslighting you, you're crazy. What are you going to be painting, Baldy? Any plans yet, or are you just staring at your pile of grey at the moment, trying to work out what to pick up? Gonna get back to positive living. You're gearing up to start pretending you want to do work. You're almost there. I mean, it's a lot easier to fake yourself into doing things when you feel like doing those things, but you've got a set of work riders for Lord of the Rings in progress. Oh, awesome! You found the Citadel holders terribly small. I mean, we've got small ones. You've also got bigger ones. So it just depends on the model. If you have a bigger base, it goes on a bigger holder. I also have these. It's also really nice. I think this is red grass. I think. Ooh, Christ! This one has the top comes off. It's magnetic. So if you have multiple things on the go, if you have multiple of these, you can just chop and change. Yeah, they come in different sizes. I think there's like 2 or 3 sizes of them. I really like them. I have small hands, so it's this is also the older version. I think there is a newer one now which looks a lot sleeker, like more like a teardrop kind of thing. Oysters, hi, how are you? Do they just fit in and clip without anything? Yeah, these do. These just go. There's like spring. They're spring loaded, so they just clip and it just goes like that. The other ones, you need like blue tack or something. I find for doing like large, if you're painting like an army, if you're batch painting or something, just using some upside down shot glasses with some blue tack works really well. So that's another option. You're new to the hobby, so you don't want to go all out yet. No, well, this is the cheap option. Just go on like your an online shop and buy like a literal, like they come in sets of like 50 like that. Just your basic plastic shot glasses, blue tack, and anything that you have like more than I painted Robocrash, how are you today? I painted a bunch of Sylvaneth some time ago. Let me see if I have the pictures that are still on the plastic. I'm pretty sure I took pictures of them with plastic on. Yeah. So they're just on the cups. And that works really, really well. Oh yes, I'm all ready for alcohol. There you go. We'll use them for painting too. Yeah, it's a really good solution. It's just something to have hold on to, because it just it stabilizes things in your grip. If you're having to hold a model by its base, it's easy to like wobble, which isn't ideal, obviously. Also, yeah, it's something to sort of it relaxes your hand. So yeah, it's definitely a good solution, and just with some blue tack or something like that is makes for easy painting. Trying to remember what color I had on my brush. It's also a very wise move to not immediately go buy hundreds of pounds worth of gear for a hobby you're just starting. So that's because it's easily done. It's easy to think that, oh, I will need this, I will need that before I can even start, and that is definitely not the case. You get some half decent synthetic brushes to start with. Where are you based? Are you in the UK by any chance? Because if you are, I would say have a look at Hawk Miniatures. They sell these brushes, the Alex Paints synthetic. They're not synthetic, they're sable hair brushes, and they're like £20 for a pack, and they are brilliant for starting with. Like just like, I think there's 5, I want to say 4 or 5 in a pack, different sizes, and yeah, they are really nice brushes and very affordable, so yeah, highly recommend. Oh, the paint is drying so quick even on a wet palette. I need to put some more water in my palette. What do you use for a palette? Do you have a dry palette or do you use a wet palette when you paint? Because there are good ways of just making your own wet palette rather than buying one when you're just starting out. And I'm happy to share knowledge if that's of interest. Right. That is the last bit that I need to paint on this lady, and then I feel like I am donezoed. What kind of projects is everyone working on at the moment? Anyone painting anything or building? I know Degamat is cleaning, so shot glasses are a great idea, just don't use them for the water, you may end up going the wrong shot. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the that's going to happen to a painter regardless. I think the fact that there are cups that say "Don't drink me," like mugs, says enough about the hobby. To yeah, the painters will inevitably accidentally grab their paint water or rinse their brush in their tea, or because generally speaking, if you're right-handed, you have your paint and your water on the right-hand side. But if you're right-handed, you're also going to have your cup on the right-hand side because you're gonna. So you have a plan. You have a stack of large bins here. One will be useful stuff that that needs a home. One will be stuff you want to sell or give away. One will be stuff you're just not sure of. The rest should just go in the trash. That's fair. That is a good plan. Almost Marie Kondo-like. Does this spark joy? Yay or nay? It's That's a good shout. It is a good shout. Right. I picked up a couple of those large bins a few weeks ago. And I'm using one for as a parcel deposit box, because for some reason our postman would rather leave stuff with a neighbor than under the bush where I tell him to leave our parcels. If we have a large bush next to the door, like, just put it in there. But nope, for some reason it always goes. Why is this not? So yeah, I grabbed a really large plastic bin from home repairs, so like the it's called B&M here. So it's they sell everything from biscuits to house plants, basically. You still have the metal and boot projects. You plan to expand them, but if you don't have discipline, you will just expand it to junk. Yeah, that's problematic. It's very easy to end up with a lot of stuff on the go and never actually finishing anything. It's used to be how I operated, but it's been a lot better in recent years. I'm not as chaotic anymore. Oh, 100%. 100% executive dysfunction. I go from hyper-focused to not wanting to touch that same project. Sometimes in a space of like 10 minutes, so it's yeah, it's hard. Like, I had an assessment call with a lady for an ADHD assessment, like a private organization, because I wanted to check if I had ADHD. She doesn't think I have ADHD. She thinks more towards the lines of autism, which is not something I had considered really, so I wasn't really prepared for that, but we'll have to look into that. Because the like Asperger syndrome obviously now falls under the whole autism hat. I think it's called Autism 1 or something, instead of what they used to call it. So I'll have to now apply for an assessment for that, which is going to take another couple of months again, I think, which is annoying. Hoping there's a fast track process if you've already been rejected for one. Rejected is a big word, but I could have both, yeah. Entirely possible. She said I definitely have ADHD symptoms, but not enough to like fully diagnose me with it. And apparently she thought that autism fit better, which is fair enough. I will go explore the autism side of things. You have your shoes on. You've reached the pretend phase, moving on to staring in disbelief at the amount of work in front of you. Oh no. Oh no. You'll be fine. You'll be so happy when you've done it. You'll be so happy. I can tell you now, you'll be so happy. Believe me. Believe me. Did not think you had ADHD until you did the aptitude test and then you hit the criteria and now you get to have both. How fantastic. It's just what you always wanted. Well, at least we have a diagnosis, right? That's very much my thinking now. Like, I'll find out what it is when they diagnose me fully, but at least she said to me, don't worry, it's not in your head. I mean, it is, but not in the way they say it is. I was like, okay, cool. I'm not imagining it. I am actually struggling with things in the way a neurotypical person wouldn't, which is nice to hear, I guess. Not nice that it's the case, but it's definitely nice to hear, so. Oh, Daggerman, you'll be alright. You'll be alright. Oh, no, exactly. Just why don't you just do it, forehead? It's the same with telling someone with depression that they should just go do fun things. You don't think it helps the amount of people who self-diagnose as having ADHD or being neurodivergent online for the attention, makes it with videos, attention and likes? No, that's definitely a problem. Self-diagnosing is a dangerous thing. But it does help to find things that resonate. For me, it was I didn't realize I had stuff like this, or something that could potentially actually be neurodivergency of some sort, until I joined Instagram and actually saw what kind of things were that I thought were absolutely normal really weren't normal at all. So ooh, list, tell me the things. Oh, absolutely. Someone saying, oh, you think this way because X, Y, Z and struggle because of this thing is a huge help just to make it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was quite happy that she said that at the end of the chat, because I don't think it's just this, but it's definitely not normal. And list things, things like only liking a certain fork in the house and not wanting to use a different one. Things like struggling with music, really enjoying music, but only wanting to listen to 7 songs and never any of the other ones. Things like enjoying company of other people, but feeling absolutely strung out and worn out after about 20 minutes of it and then completely shutting down, or needing to recover for days. Something that I don't personally struggle with, but I know people with, or some people with ADHD or stuff struggle with, is textures, like not being able to eat certain foods because the texture is wrong. I do have the clothing thing, where certain clothes just feel really, really uncomfortable. So I hate socks, because I hate something being tight around my ankles. I hate it when sleeves are tight around my wrists. There's a lot of things that you feel imprisoned by the necessary pickiness of your clothing choice. Well, there you go. It's I think we all have certain levels of like weirdness, and some of the things are easier to deal with than other things. I don't feel like I'm necessarily crippled by my not functioning normally, but it's it definitely does cause me problems, and I know it affects my personal life and my work life and everything, so I feel like it's something that I need to explore. You know, another person with the texturation with food actually makes me sick. Yeah. They stopped making your boxers and shirts, trying to find replacements. Oh no. That's horrendous, isn't it? You have a brand, something that you're comfortable with, that feels nice against your skin, fits nice, and then they stop making it, and yeah. I have that with certain foods. Like, I'm still upset that they stopped making the winner taco, or they stopped selling it anyway in the Netherlands. It was a taco-shaped ice cream, a little bit like cornetto, but not. It was just like a taco-shaped with vanilla ice cream in it, caramel, like lots of caramel, and then the border of it, the round edge, was a little bit like a Magnum almond with like a crunchy nuts on the outside. Top tier ice cream, and they stopped making it. Still upset. You think a lot of those things alone can just be preference, and you think that's why some jump to the, oh, there must be something wrong, or I have this thing because I see that, rather than it being more about the things that, yeah, exactly. Hey Jace, how are you? Oh shit, we used to get those. Yeah, girl. Yeah, choco taco. Yeah, there were winner tacos in the Netherlands, but yes, they're so good. They were Corvus Black. They were so good, and they stopped selling them in the Netherlands, and I was so upset. It was one of my best summer memories, was having those things, and yeah, still sad that they don't make them anymore, or they don't sell them around here anymore. Because they were so tasty. I'm trying to think what else I need to do on her. I think I'm nearly there. Okay, just lotus on the back. Also, there was a Magnum variant that was really, really good. I was trying to remember what that one was called. Can't remember. It was dark chocolate with like a berry cream inside and nuts on the outside. It was so good. You have mild symptoms, you have coping mechanisms for most of them, but you hit a point of done. You enjoy the benefits you have. Just don't forget technical details to the point of scary. Yeah, I do forget technical details a lot. I forget a lot of things. My memory is definitely not what it should be. Time for Lurk for Little. Of course, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You were diagnosed by a doctor who does studies and research papers, etc. on autism. You're very high functioning to the point where you're careful with how much you identify with it in case you're misdiagnosed, but then hearing stuff about the using only one fork kind of behavior and you feel permission to identify as it. Little blush, like, yeah, I guess that's what we're dealing with here. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I if nothing else, I am happy that the stigma against these things is. Jeez, I'm really going grey. I just leaned into my camera and I just crown of my head is just uh, there. Great. Diagnosed by doctor. Yeah, yeah. I wish that it just became a non-issue. I wish that I was able to just function better with it, but I feel like every day, no matter what I do, I am just exhausted because of how things affect me and impact me. Like I just feel like I can't live my life to the fullest and really fully enjoy things because how tired everything makes me. Just because I'm expected to do things a certain way, expected to, well, neurotypical world, we're expected to live a certain way, and I've gotten very good at masking over the years, I think. And just working out how to still do the things that need to be done, but I just end up being super tired by the end of it, which is not ideal. Do, 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 do. You can mask very well, raised alongside a social butterfly, but when you relax, people notice something different and usually bail on you. Hard to understand as a kid, but helpful to see as an adult. Diagnose and try to put things. Yeah, yeah. I understand that very well. Like speaking to this lady who did my assessment on Friday last week. She the way she asked questions really sort of made me realize things. And like I was saying earlier, like I've never struggled to make contact with people, but it never felt fully natural. And I never really felt like I was the first choice in those friendships groups, which is a difficult thing to realize when you're a child. It's slightly easier as an adult because you're able to pick your battles, but when you're forced in like school situations, forced to behave or act around friends or make friends and find you're no one's first choice, that's kind of rough. Therapy helps you realize you was masking so hard it was turning into extreme anxiety, chopped off the outside mask layer, usually and you're a bit more awkward and vulnerable, but also not raw feeling. Yeah. It's it's hard. It's hard to show that vulnerability and to show that you're not necessarily as expected. But at the end of the day, you need to be able to function. You need to be able to live your life without being absolutely exhausted by the end of the day, which is what I'm trying to do now. I'm trying to come up with ways to actually live my life and not feel like I have to go sleep every time. Because you don't have an extreme version of any of the issues you hesitate to advise. You worry if sometimes identifies too closely with their issues. They use them to create barriers for themselves, yeah. I think you're a great person. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's I think picking your own community or like picking your own friends later on in life helps a lot. Being able to choose who you want to hang out with rather than being forced into situations with a certain social group, like your class, your year in school. At least now I'm able to do things with people I want to do things with, and I'm able to talk to people I want to talk to, like you guys. And it's a lot nicer than yeah, not a lot nicer than anything else really. So there, she gets to drive for a bit. So I'm going to try and slap some paint on this guy. He I very quickly gave him a base coat yesterday. So today will be something you're diagnosed with. If you aren't careful, can really start defining you in your own head. Yeah, no, that is very true. It's wise to be on guard. But on the other side of the coin, it does help to know what your issues are, so you're able to work with them better. Like when I was Gracier, like finding out what your triggers are helps you not just avoid them, but like work with them, I suppose, and reduces the sort of impact they have on you in a day-to-day life situations. At least that's what I found. Picking your friends helped hugely. You didn't know where there were so many awesome people. You also didn't realise you needed to be a better person until you met others. Oh, zombie! A zombie raid. How are you today? Oh. The camera just shook and I looked down and the dog's just passed out underneath my tripod. Zombie, how are you? How are you doing? Woohoo! Hello, Raiders! How was your stream? How did it go? And how is your Saturday going? Hi, Volgem, you alright? Yes, we are good. I guess, yeah, pretty good. I'm going to give this a really quick, really dirty, thick, dry brush. Like a... It was a lot of fun. Everyone was very chatty today. Oh, nice! Fun to be in both stream at once for a raid, yeah. At least 9 teaspoons worth of movement you're watching. Yeah, I know, right? It's, Woohoo, raid! Michael Paints Meanies, how are you? You'll pay for it tomorrow, oh no. You're good, going to get some dinner, but I'll be lurking in a bit. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. And enjoy your dinner. Doing well? I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. How's everyone doing on hobby project at the moment? Anyone working on anything fun? Thank you, Zombie. Have a lovely night, sleep well, and speak to you soon. And thank you for the raid again. Much appreciated. I'm doing the most terrible job of dry brushing this. because it's not a proper dry brush. It's very dirty. Very dirty. But this is going to be a technically is going to be a part of scenery, part of the base for Fulgrim, and I wanted to get going on putting some paint on this guy. You moved a few things. You can see part of the tabletop. Amazing. Like there's a bit of floor. You're on fire. Dry brush till the bristle falls off. Give the realistic cat hair effect. I don't need to. I don't need to dry brush until the bristles fall off for that. I can just shake my clothes out. And then I'll have dog hair and cat hair and probably some people hair as well. I just noticed that that is not covered properly, so I'm gonna slap some I hear the stories from the guy who runs our local gaming shop, and whenever he's working on a project, he's always working on terrain for the store. So he always, if he's painting in the shop, he's always painting terrain. And he was saying the other day that he'd been dry brushing so hard that like he went from a new dry brush with that much hair to that much hair left on it. It's like, geez, man, that's crazy. I try to be very careful with my dry brushes because they're expensive dry brushes, and I like to look after my stuff, but at the same time they're also meant to be used, so the dude's dry brushing cheese graters. Yeah, I think he's probably dry brushing like very like sharp edges of terrain, which is really what it's for, obviously. But it's it does strike me as crazy that you're actually losing so much of your dry brush in an afternoon that you're having to replace your dry brush. It's never happened to me anyway. I just I know that I'm probably not the best person to ask about dry brushing because I don't do it very often and I tend to cheat a little bit. But pish posh BDP. Buy a bunch of makeup brushes and free yourself from expensive dry brushes. See, I have some and they're dog shit. That one, for example, cheap makeup brush. You'd think, great, that will work fine. Didn't work fine at all. I had a nightmare with them. Targaryen Prince, hello. Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock here. It is 4 o'clock. You don't like how that one is bendy? Well, this brush, how it's like at an angle. Yeah, I think I've also brushed glue with it or something. Look, it's like stuck. Yeah, it's not great. I have another one which was better. This one. But again, I brushed glue with it, so I had to cut bits out. Oh, when I squish it, yeah, it's really soft. These are really firm. I really like them. And I mean, I take good care of my brushes anyway, most of the time. I always rinse them and I give them like, I try and give them a proper like wash and clean with a brush soap and stuff regularly. But it's... I feel like if you look after your stuff, it will look after you. It's kind of my my way of looking at it. Yeah. This is quite fun. I don't think I've ever done like a almost like a slap choppy kind of style zenithal before. God, what's the state? Clearly I was in a rush when I based this. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. I wonder if someone could have a long row of glued or taped hairs on a strip, and then you can flatten the strip out and clean it and roll it back up. Set your own ferrule, kind of like they do with the reusable air filter. You probably can, and I reckon it probably exists. You can probably get something like that. Like most things exist, right? You have today lots of model buy from the new Space Wolves, nice, but you want to buy an older model which is sold out everywhere in Germany. I feel like that's usually the case when they bring out a new box set, that the older stuff tends to be in low, low supply. This isn't glued onto anything, so I'm just trying to secure this in this grippy thing, but because this is going to be glued onto Fulgrim's base, and it is going to be, yeah, I'll have to see. Right. Did you buy the Space Wolves box set, Alex? I must admit I have been looking at them. I do like the idea of Space Wolves. I don't necessarily like the lore, what little I know of it, but I like the aesthetic. They look cool. But I've been trying to be good and haven't bought any new models in a while, even though I've been to the shop a few times. I haven't bought anything. Because I still have Fulgrim to paint. I have the Black Coach to paint, which is exciting. I have Squigs, which I built yesterday. Not today. I have... Oh wow, in 2 weeks' time you have 2 of the new boxes. Jeez. Will this damn heatwave ever end? I don't know if it will. It probably will. Around here, apparently Wednesday, temperature is coming down. But we will have to see. I have a very spluted dog. Like his back legs are out to the side, and he's very much fed up with the heat. So I'm gonna have to take him for a walk. Probably later when it's colder. Let me get that. And let's get some of that. And Some of that. The shower like 30 minutes ago, already sticky from just getting ready to work. Oh yeah, but that is when you have to like walk around, move around, it just immediately, yeah, it's not fun. Not fun at all. It's alright here in the garage because we have an AC. I normally set it to about 24, which is, I swear it's not 24 when I'm in here. I think when Nivian came in here he turned it slightly cooler. But it's makes a huge difference to the comfort. And we sleep with a fan on at night. We could move the AC up into the house if it was really necessary, but I feel like that would be hotter and sweatier work than just leaving it here. Are your friend paint on Switch or paint for alone? So Nivian is painting at the moment, painting for a friend. He's painting some Tau. He doesn't stream, he just paints and he plays sometimes. Keeping electronics in a low humidity environment is very valuable. Yes. Very true. This is going to come bite me in the ass later, isn't it? I'm just slapping Black Templar on everything at the moment. Because I feel like it's going to be mostly black anyway. And we will touch him up with Corvus Black later. Slap Templar, yeah. Slap Templar. Yeah, we'll move stuff around for a bit. I have to work fairly quick with, even with contrast paints, which normally stay wet quite long. Downside of the heat is not being able to work your paints for as long. If it ends Wednesday, you'll be happy with that though. Taking your boy to London Wednesday. Oh god, you don't want that in London now. I think... What did it say? Forecast? Not a calendar, the forecast. Yeah, Wednesday is going to be 23 and overcast here. And then Thursday rain. So... we shall see. But yeah, London in a heat wave is not fun. Been there, done that. Not a good time. What are you guys gonna do? Because like certain activities are a lot more bearable in the heat than others. With respect to roasty UK heat waves, because you've been in a humid brick house with no AC before, it radiates. Yeah, it's grim. It's always funny to see all these Americans online saying, oh, the English people don't know what heat is, we're in 40 degrees heat now, or like 110 Fahrenheit. And you guys are complaining about 26. And then they very quickly come back on that when they've actually been here once when it's been heat wavy time. It's like, oh my god, this heat is unbearable. There's no way to get out of it. Nowhere has AC. And it's so humid, it's like, it's impossible. You're just marinating in your own sweat. So yeah, that's not. A couple of days of food and drink, father-son bonding, Soho, Chinatown area. Oh, awesome. That sounds really good. How old is he? Summer in a Texas Gulf, you leave your house like getting hit by a soaking wet 100-degree mattress. Thunk. See, when we went to California, it was hot. It was like 29, 32 degrees, something like that. And it was actually really, really manageable. I had no issue with that. 19, leaving you for uni in September. Yeah. That's exciting though. I've never really understood how university majors work. Is that the same everywhere, or is it a like an American thing? Because in the Netherlands, as far as I remember, you just go to uni to do a thing, and there's stuff that you need to do as a side thing, but you just pick something you want to study and then don't feel like there's like you'd have to go find a major or anything like that to maybe I'm wrong though. I never went to uni, so I don't fully know. In general, there's a problem set out by the school, a program set out by the school. Sometimes it's collectively agreed upon set of classes across different schools, and it's deemed enough for having, say, a degree in chemistry. Oh, okay. Cheers, personally not a fan of what he's picked. Politics, oh god. That's a choice. But yeah, like you say, if it's something that he enjoys, it's something he enjoys, and then it's awesome for him. Just trying to decide what color to make the crates. Yes. You want to study the stupidity of your fellow citizens, but you're banned from spying and stalking. Oh no. Why can't people just Let you live your dream. At the end of the day, no good going to uni for 4 years doing something you don't enjoy. So sport, yeah, exactly. Well, we need people to actually want to study politics to hopefully fix shit someday, right? So maybe he'll turn into a politician that we actually will want to vote on. If he wants to get into politics, that is, by the end of it. He might not go for politics. He might want to go into it for teaching or for whatever other reason. Many reasons to get into a major or into a specific uni class, I suppose. Let me bug your cars and put cameras on your cats. Not a lot to ask. No, of course not. It's all in the name of science, right? For research purposes. People don't understand true genius and the sacrifices you're willing to make. Your degree in political science is good to have on a resume. Yeah, true, absolutely. Depending on the field he wants to get into afterwards, it's I suppose it will look good regardless. It's not much use if you want to become an electrician afterwards, but it's any kind of officey job. Time for work, enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, Jace. Have a lovely rest of your afternoon. Sacrifice for the Empire. Indeed, indeed. I find you very brave. Very brave to make that sacrifice. Like someone has to do it, and no one will thank you for it. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Very long Jake, so long they call him Jake the Snake. I mean, they call him Jace, but yes. Jakey Snakey. Right then. Could I have the Corvus Black, please? Thank you. You have a friend with a degree in political science, ended up going back to school for a business degree. Yeah? Also fair. I think I was gonna, if I was gonna go, I'd probably be going for a language. But, or I suppose maybe sociology or something. But fortunately, everyone likes different things, which makes the world a much more interesting place. It'd be so boring if we all just liked the same stuff. Can we focus, please? Thank you, camera. I know it's black, but... Like, I never finished high school, and when I thought for a while that I wanted to go to uni to study Japanese, I went back and finished the classes I needed to finish to get access to the entrance exam for uni instead. And then I did the entrance exam, and I hated the way they asked the questions so much that I thought, like, oh my god, if this is what uni is going to be like, if this is the type of questions they'll be asking, I hate it. So I didn't stay. They had us study a like a 500-page textbook, a history textbook, and 3 of the 5 questions they asked were about 1 paragraph in the book. I did not like that at all. I was like, if this is the way it's gonna be, it's not gonna be my way. Going to have to decide what to do with the colours on this thing, or rather a lack of colours. I guess that can be silver, and so can this. Well, like, not silver, more like lead belcher or something. don't want to detract from Mr. Fulgrim, but we still want to make the base look cool, so... You're incredibly opinionated, let you know if you can help. It's gonna be Iron Hand, an Iron Hand model, so it's gonna be black with some like some lead belcher or whatever accents. I need to stop killing my brush here. Also, he needs to look cool, but I don't want to spend like days on him because he is literally just decoration. It's the only one of the box that I've built, and I repositioned his arms and repositioned his shield and made it so it would hopefully eventually look cool on the base for Fulgrim. Fucking cannot. Which model took me the longest? Oh, that's a good question. The Lord of Change took a really long time. I think also Volturnus, which was a Age of Sigmar Idoneth Deepkin model, which I painted, then didn't like and repainted. Same with what's his face? Iridon the Witness. Let me know if you need help picking a model. You have no idea what you're talking about, but you feel some belief is just better. That's fair. Interesting. People will paint a dude with a chainsword, but won't paint them absolutely gory and covered in blood splatter like it has been used. Oh yeah, no, eventually he'll be dirty and it will be... it's not going to be clean, right? Because I'm also going to build a dude to lie next to him, and he will be chopped to bits, so... Not a lot of wiggle for a chainsword now. So, like, Fulgrim is still in bits, but I put his base... like a start of his base together, and this guy is gonna go... This guy's gonna go there, so that Fulgrim can go there, and I'll have a dead marine over here. So it's gonna be dirty, it's gonna be gory, it's gonna be... I don't normally do wear and tear, but he can't look... It can't be clean, right? That would be weird, so... That's fun to see. I've only ever seen built Fulgrims. Yeah, it's he's a box of bits at the moment. Everything has been primed and ready to go, basically. But like his head, I've deliberately left his head off because I felt like that's going to be so much easier to paint not on the model. Same with these little cloths, the banner thingies that go on his hips. Yeah, they're still loose, and these little feathery bits. It's my first Forge World kit that I've built, and the main thing that freaks me out about it is how fragile it is. I can just feel how fragile the resin is and how careful I have to be with everything. Like this spear and Yeah, it's scary. It's a scary build. You want hip banners so people know your hips don't lie. Well, you could make them lie. But yeah, it's fun, but it's also a project that's a bit scary to me because it's so big and so involved. And I kind of want to use the airbrush a little bit. I think turquoise and pink, possibly. Yeah, I want to have some turquoise in there. But purples as well. The wings are going to be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit intimidated by that model, but I want to paint him. He's going to be my what's it called? My competition piece for this winter's. We do like a Christmassy challenge with friends and stuff, and this year the challenge is centerpiece model, and we're allowed to jazz the bases up a bit. So I'm magnum opus. I hope not. I've still got more painting in me, I hope, but yeah, it's yeah, but I'm trying to like, because these guys, they're all fully the same color except for the backpacks, but they're green. So I thought, oh cool, you can use some green. But the whole lore thing with Fulgrim is that he fights against the Iron Hands. So I was like, okay, cool, we'll do Iron Hands. But they're a little bit less interesting to paint because there's no real color on them. They're just black. And black is not very exciting, so I'm gonna have to find a way to make it interesting. Beakies for life, 100%. I specifically went out to buy a box of the Horus Heresy Marines because I wanted the Beakies. Like, I feel like they make everything better. So much more fun. Hell yeah, Beakies. Yeah, absolutely. They're it's lore accurate and the obviously superior helmet of choice. It's just so fun in the game. It's just a bit too serious in itself. I mean, the whole idea of Warhammer is ridiculous, right? And it takes itself quite seriously, so it's wherever we can have a bit of whimsy, I feel like we should put a little bit of whimsy in there. And I feel like these beaky helmets are just a right amount of whimsy to put a smile on people's faces. Like 40k is a bit more serious than Age of Sigmar, I feel as well. Age of Sigmar is like, here you go, you've got some weird lady riding a beetle. But there's a lot of playing a serious game here. You just got your label maker working inside. You ran out of label paper. No, no! That looks very heresy-like. You like it. It is very heresy-like. You snatch loss from the hands of victory, exactly. It's, it is specifically from a heresy serious game, I know, right? I specifically went out to get a box of heresy marines to use them as a base decoration for my Forge World Fulgrim. And the Fulgrim base is too small in my opinion, so I've got a bigger one that I'm using for it. Because I'm not going to use him for a game, so he can just be a little, like, diorama or whatever in itself. Yeah. But yeah, technically he's scenery, so I don't feel like I should spend too much time on him, but at the same time I'm like, I want him to be, I want him to look sort of good. So, I also don't want him to just be black, so I've decided that this, this guy is gonna have some, metallics on him as well. They say you don't have a lot of space build up. If you don't have a lot of space build up, yeah, that's true. But the base that Fulgrim comes with, officially, is about that big. And I just don't really like not being able to, like a model like this I feel needs more, or is allowed to have more than just be a model. I feel like he can be a centerpiece thing, he can be like a little diorama, he can be whatever really. And I don't have to play by the rules. Rise from the ashes of defeat with a roll of packing tape, a sharpie and cardstock. Hell yeah, none can deny me. Yeah, that would just be the kind of thing to absolutely throw me. Like I'd be looking for something, find it, like you were saying, like looking for your label printer, finding the label printer, and then realizing the label printer doesn't have any label tape. And I'd be like, oh well, I guess that's it then for today. Now I have to go get some label tape because I can't possibly continue without my label tape. Very silly, really. Still trim the sculpted base a little and raise it up a bit. Yeah, the trouble is that it's resin, so he's very brittle. And oh Christ, that's not silver, that's black. So I don't really want to be chopping into him if I can help it. Don't need label printers now. If it was plastic, then absolutely I would be more willing to do it, but for the 180 quid I paid for this model, I don't particularly want to lose him to a space issue. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. Like, why wouldn't? Yeah, it's like, what do I do with this? Just rims. Plus he's like such a cool model, I feel like, as I'm not playing with him anyway, there's no reason at all not to play with him when I'm painting him. I can have all the fun in the world just putting him together in a way that I like. For the following cost, you'd think they would have made the spear separate and of strong material. I mean, they have made the spear separate. It took me about an hour to get the bloody thing glued together. Because for some reason, all the other parts would glue absolutely fine. But that bloody spearhead just wouldn't stay on. So I had to use UV resin in the end. Because I didn't have any epoxy resin, so I had to use UV resin to get it to stick. Because super glue just wasn't sticking. It's very frustrating. And considering he was like probably the third kit that I've ever built. Third or fourth. It wasn't a comfortable experience. So long weapons and the strandy hair, always big breakpoints, yeah, 100%. And especially if it's resin like this, it's so brittle, it's crazy. Yeah, so the spear, it came in like 4 different parts. It came in like the headpiece, the arm with... Oh, sorry, no, the hand holding the spear. It had like a banner thingy, like a purity seal, like tassel kind of thing on it. And the bottom part of the spear was also separate. And it was a ball ache. Right. And this was with a 3-stage wash after getting him out of the box, and he was probably the cleanest thing in our entire house, and still no joy. Do I want Administratum Grey for this? I kind of do. Or Celestra Grey. Could I have the Celestra Grey, please? Yes, please. Yeah, it's oh, cool. It's a scary thing when a model is that expensive and that big and then that brittle. Or it's scary to me, rather. I find it quite difficult. I've just decided that this is going to be a shoulder that will have design on it. Do you use airbrush for your base coat? I mean, I want to say yes, but I'm going to have to say that I am not very well versed with an airbrush yet. I haven't really done very much with it. My partner does. He base coats most of our models, and he does it usually with an airbrush or a rattle can, depending on the models. So it does 100% help. Yeah, it does make it a lot easier to So there are there's so many different ways to paint these guys. That's funny. Okay, so what I'm doing is not necessarily wrong. Cool. But we can just make that a white transfer rather than a white shoulder pad. Yeah, airbrushing does help. It does make for a very nice, smooth, thin base coat. Our rattle cans are a little bit less controlled. But I still need to learn a lot with the airbrush. I haven't used it enough yet to be able to give any kind of proper advice on its usage. Candy Crafting, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. How is your day going? I hope you're having a good Saturday. And thank you for the lurk. Thank you very much. Yours did look very smooth. Yeah, Fulgrim was airbrushed. This guy actually also was airbrushed for the base coat. He is one of my first models that I've ever base coated with an airbrush myself, so I'm glad to hear that it looks smooth. But yeah, most of our models are airbrush base coated. But like I said, it's not a requirement. You can get really good results with the rattle can as well. You don't need to buy an airbrush for it, really. I want to learn to use it for things like gradients and highlighting and stuff. That always looks so good to me, and I'm just like, oh, I wanna learn how to do that, but it's difficult. I feel like as long as you base coat your model, doesn't really matter how you do it. That's the main thing. I'm personally not a huge fan of brush-on primer, but I do occasionally use it for things like basing bits if I haven't prepared them before I want to use them. I tend to brush some primer on. Guess you stick with the rattle can base coat for now. Yeah, it does say, like, unless you want to use the airbrush for like painting work, it it isn't really necessary. Compressor seems a bit loud. It's not too bad. It's not quiet, obviously. But you can get really silent ones, but even like the bass type that you can get off Amazon, which is basically the one that most people go with, if you get one with a tank, it doesn't need to always be on. It will just fill the tank with compressed air, so it only ever fills up the tank. It only ever turns on when it needs more. What's difficult? Learning to use the airbrush for things like gradients and volumetric painting. So you're using the airbrush to create gradients and stuff, which is what I'll eventually want to be able to do, but at the moment my skill level it just isn't there yet, so which I suppose in a way is a good thing. It means that I have something to learn. Having a tank makes everything easier. Your neighbours never complain. Start it up every now and again to remind them what they're dealing with. Yeah, it's a lot easier that way. Why is my bloody painting so rubbish? Why is my painting so rubbish? Gotta go. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out, Baldy. I really appreciate it. And see you soon, hopefully. Howdy, BDP. How old enough for you? Yeah, it's quite nice, Fluent Code. It's I mean, I've got the AC on because I'm not in here alone at the moment. But yeah, it's lovely and warm. Lovely and warm. How are you today? You doing all right? It's hotter than hell and the less desirable. What's my partner painting? He is painting some Tau at the moment for one of our friends. I think he is working on the Riptide at the moment. I think. Which model are you working on? What's the name of that one?
I think it's a Cold Star.
A Cold Star Commander, he's saying. And yeah. They're looking really, 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 really good. So and indeed, howdy, White Wolf. Your gravy, sticky hot, but surviving. Yeah, it's certainly more manageable if you have an AC. I don't think I'd be anywhere near as comfortable here in the garage if we didn't have a portable AC to bring with us. If you're really friends, you throw the towel out and give him a different army. Well, for what it's worth, he doesn't play them, he only has them. Went from raining all spring to super hot for a week, 38 to some nice cool days. With rain, yep. Cold Star looking real Gundam. Yeah, exactly. It's very like thingies round the back. AC, la-di-da, I know, right? It's, we invested in one a couple of years ago because our bedroom is facing the front of the house. And the front of the house gets the sun from 1 o'clock until sunset. So our bedroom would turn into a bloody smokehouse. It'd be so hot, and nothing that a fan could really shift. So we were like, we'll pick up a portable AC, and it's made a huge difference. It's kind of amazing. And I haven't planted trees there. What? Well, funny you should say that. We actually have a massive tree just in front of our front garden. And the bloody thing sheds leaves like nothing else. It's technically the council's tree. And it's very pretty and I love it, but it's also a right pain in the neck because it's not quite throwing the shade on our house, but far enough to annoy us. Far enough to both not be of benefit and annoy us at the same time. I guess that's probably the the way of describing it. I don't need to know how hot it gets in the bedroom. Well, that's only in winter when we don't boil. No, that's not true. You know this feel, front of the house gets sun most of the day, windows shut, curtains drawn, yeah, bang, everything open as soon as the sun goes down, yeah, exactly. It's just absolutely boiling. And like drafts don't really seem to help very much. So yeah, we because you're just moving hot air around, which is obviously not really helpful. Lawful evil tree, yeah. Plant enough trees and the house falls down. Yeah, exactly. You've got these fantastic root problems that all of a sudden destroy the foundation of your house and all that. It's not really something that I want to explore necessarily. You have no trees in the front. Your neighbour across the street has an oak tree. That thing makes enough leaves and nuts for the whole block. Yeah. Ours is one. I think it's. I don't actually know what it is, to be honest. It's one of those that leaves like the little helicopter thingies. Good for you. That's your day job. What? House foundations. Hey, Layla. How are you? House foundations or street sweeping? Sycamore. That makes sense. Yes. It's a very nice tree, don't get me wrong, but it's bloody little helicopter and baby trees everywhere if you're not careful. The maple, this is the one with acorns, alright. Well, whatever it is, it's pretty, but it's also messy. You chillin', might build some minis in a bit. Nice, what are you building? I built some squigs yesterday. That was fun. Not even being ironic, that actually was a good time. I bought them because, well, they look fun. So it's like I want to paint some squigs at some point, and I felt like I should probably build them if I ever want to paint them. So yesterday that's what I did, and I worked on the Iron Hands vehicles for our friend. Kit Bash stuff probably. Currently don't have a full set since you used your last full one for a May completion. Oh, nice. Competition. Have to see how I want to paint this guy up. At the moment he's looking all tidy and clean and stuff, but that's not really going to be viable with the fact that he's basically base. I'm gonna have to the downside of having an AC on is that it's really dries out the air. It's seconds before your paint dries on your brush. Right. Tidy shit up. Still winning Bellacore on eBay. Oh, nice. How long is there left on the auction? And how many watchers are there, which is also a thing. One day price of steel at a minute. Is he painted or on sprue? The smelly goblins don't start showing up till 1 hour left. 16 watchers, you're winning with 31 quid. That's not bad. It's that last hour that's the problem for these things, unfortunately. He sells for 80, so you happily go to 45. He's prime not painted. Oh, that's good. Did he, was the build quality any good? Not shitloads of, like, paint, glue marks or anything like that? From what you can see, anyway. People using bots to price snipe, yeah. I feel like that's less of an issue with eBay. But yeah. Unlurk, welcome back. Belly full and ready to do some painting. Nice. What did you have for dinner? And what are you painting? Chicken legs, drumsticks. Yeah, drumsticks. Lekker. And a salad. Nice. Perfect for summery weather. You're painting Space Marine ducks. For Beaky Boys, for the Fabulous Marines. Nice. Cock. Why? Don't know why they call them drumsticks. They sound awful on drums. Yeah. They're not even the shape of drumsticks, are they? So it's weird. The first thing to attack 2 Army Painter Masterclass John Blanche boxes. Ah, oh, nice. Paint Envy. They're more skittle shaped. You get sent to the 4th circle for that one. Yeah. Oh. Aiming for the 9th? Why the 9th specifically? Is that the one where Lost Sinners go, or... Higher the better, alright. Probably because it's hot out, yeah. Is 9th the icy one? Ah, that would make sense. Why is it everything? It's either too wet or too dry today. It's a long way to the shops if you want a sausage roll. Yeah, that's also true. Deepest and coldest. Ah, okay. Basically. I know next to nothing about religion lore, so I can't really comment. Reserves for the worst sinners. I don't think you're making it to the 9th. No, I am. From what I know of you, you wouldn't even make it to the doorstep. You'd be like, "The f you doing here, mate? Turn around, up the stairs you go." So yes, I know it's a long climb, but trust me. You think you'd just be stuck on Earth, downstairs, be like, nah, too giving. Upstairs, be like, nah, you've heard your jokes. Is there a reason we're trying to work out which circle is which? Yeah, because White Wolf made a bit of a pun, and he was sent to a circle of hell for that joke, and we then tried to work out which one was which after he said that he was probably going to go to the 9th. Nothing serious, anyway. Hey, Cat, how are you? See, I thought he'd be stuck in limbo, but it's a low bar. Wow. You can't seem to try and change your circle either. You have to already... Yeah. I'm gonna say, they're all stuck there, so... Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. Doing some... this guy is going on the base for the Forge Worlds Fulgrim model that I'm doing. And so I'm trying to make him look alright without spending 6 hours on him. But I also know myself, so yeah, but I very much don't want him to be boring looking. But he also shouldn't be taking the attention away from Fulgrim, because he's essentially just a glorified base topper. So, so spend 6 months on a model, yeah, you're not wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Or the last. That said, I don't have 6 months. It's for a Christmas project, so it needs to be done by Christmas. You like the slightly graffiti black? Yeah, it's my favorite black, to be honest. It's Corvus black, which is slightly like grey black. I feel like it adds more than normal black. Well, 6 months less a couple of days, but yes. Setting the scene for Fulgrim to look absolutely screaming, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Corvus black. It's you finally got the case for doing your diorama. Nice. I didn't realise you were going to put it in an actual case. Well, then I don't know very much about the diorama plans you have, so it's probably just me missing out on some information. Have you been waiting a while? My camera really does not like this black. Like, it's not enough contrast. I'm trying, I'm working on it. Doing a diorama build off with Galloway, awesome. Never be a better painter than him, but the diorama might level the playing field a bit. The only criteria you have has to look like it's actively raining. Oh god. So you'll be playing with UV resin and that's a difficult challenge. I mean, making a model look wet is difficult enough, but making it look like it's actively raining, you have until Christmas, yeah. Well, I have until Christmas as well for Fulgrim, and it's still stressing me out already. My white is completely dried out on my palette. I only need a drop. Teeny tiny drop. Don't stress, you can do a terrible job and do a paint over, you're allowed to. I mean, sure. We have all the time in the world, no deadlines. Except for Friday. But I guess he's done, isn't he? You're done with the have you done the Nurglings now? Yeah, exactly. So you don't need to worry about that. Looking forward to it. So your thoughts are rainforest scene with a deep central pool. Can create splashes, yeah. Drips off leaves. 1 or 2 dragon. Oh, awesome. That sounds awesome. Has Galloway said what he's doing, or is it a secret? He's thinking of doing a knight on horseback in a Souls-like environment. Oh, jeez. I reckon he's going to use that the vampire that he picked up at RoseCon. Yes, that is. It makes for a more interesting challenge. If you ever get to that neck of the woods, I'd love to see your dad's train set someday. Say yup. What did you say yup to? Oh, done. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to painting Fulgrim, but I'm also very conscious of the fact that I've given myself a project that stresses me out, or not stresses me out, but it's there's a lot of pressure for a model like that. I could have just picked like some dude on a squig, and it would have been fun. But no, I had to go and pick a bloody Forge World model. For actively raining, a deep enough display could hide a small water pump. Yeah. Certainly true. Given resin doesn't like water and it takes away from the technicalities, you're thinking of installing an ultrasonic atomizer to create mist. That'd be cool. I look forward to seeing what you'll do with it. Sounds like an awesome challenge. Are you using Games Workshop dragons or getting 3D printed ones? It is an Evian hiding behind me, yeah. It's a shoulder which disappears the moment I lean away. Hi, buddy. You alright? My dog licking my elbow. From Epic Miniatures, yes please, that would be amazing. I would love to see which ones you're gonna use. If you stick it in the chat here, it will get blocked out, but I will then be able to repost it. Kind of looks like he's tiny and strapped to your back like a baby Björn. Let's have a look at that. Oh, sick. That's a really cool model. "19 messages. How many did you post?" You've been timed out by Nightbot for 30 seconds. It did not like you posting more than one link. 19 deleted. You can always just whisper them to me in Discord. That is awesome, isn't it? So pretty. A bunch of whispers. Oh, White Wolf, thank you. Are you sure? That's the straw poll. Ooh. Choco tacos. Oh, I'm gonna have to make those. All of a sudden I have like a million links in on Discord, links and messages, and Discord has decided to go crazy on me. Can't be patron saint and do not. I mean, sure, but the model you technically only got for free because you paid for 2, and I was gonna pay you for the second one so that you still had the free one. can't be a patron saint and not do saintly things. No, honestly, like I didn't expect to hoover up your free loot. That feels weird. Jet's printing something different. Ooh, what are they printing? Anubis. Oh, sick. Right. Couldn't say. You couldn't say no, he has your address. Oh dear. Whether you like it or not, you're getting one. Carlos. I don't know who Carlos is. Right. Did these come with transfers? I don't know if they did, and if they did, I don't know if they came with anything that I can use. Probably not. Where did I put the transfers? Oh! They're handsy though, not fisty. Imperial fisties. Am I going to have to literally freehand bloody... I am, aren't I? Gosh darn it. You'd think that a box of the Horus Heresy Marines would come with Horus Heresy Marine options, but it's, yeah, the best it's giving me is Imperial Fists, and I don't want fists, I want hands. I don't want fists, I want hands. That's gonna be a ball ache. Good thing I don't have balls. Not with that attitude, yeah. Enjoy your free handing of the hands and not fist. Yeah. God. That's actually going to be quite difficult. Oh no. Hey, that's not fair. I'm not even allowed. I need to turn off night bots for bear with. I will post it. There you go. Was that the that's gonna be a ball ache. Good thing I don't have balls. White Wolf from Odd. Honestly, he should be, really. Strangely, I trust him enough to be it as well. Usually stream same time. Yeah, it's true. Can't beat good mods. True. God, this freaking brush. You can, but they call the police. Yeah, you'd be an awesome mod. Yeah, that's gonna have to be starting over because I've just realised that I'm running out of space and the previous brush just wasn't playing ball. So give us a second, we'll try again. And mods call the police when you beat them, yeah. I mean, like Nivian is one of my mods, but I don't know how, because he doesn't stream himself, I don't know necessarily how, moddy that would get. Also, there isn't really an awful lot to moderate in my chats, other than fixing when people want to send a link and, and Nightbot decides that it's not not allowed. For some reason, you have loads of swords. You should husband-wife stream. He the only thing he ever streams is when he plays guitar. I think it's Rock Band, the Guitar Hero version, but with actual guitars. It would be awesome. I do think that Nivian isn't quite as confident about his painting as he should be. Archangle? I suppose that could be Archangel? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot, and please do correct me. Tell me how to pronounce your name. Mod swords. That makes sense. As you mental, Nivian's work is gorgeous. Yeah, I keep telling him that. But he sees other people's work and is worried that his work isn't as good as their work, and it's worries him. A weird way of spelling Archangel. Okay, that's what I thought. Cool. You'd kill for the ability to paint as clean as he does. He has some really clean looking models. These Tau specifically at the moment are ridiculous. Yeah, he sees stuff in other people's discords and stuff, and he's don't tell him he's a nice thing. You got a rep to keep. Yeah, yeah. He has just walked off, so he's either going to have to listen back to the stream, or I may screenshot it. Looking at Discord, this painting is awesome. Yeah, I know. I mean, the Tau that he's painting at the moment are ridiculous. Like, actually crazy good. They look so nice, and yeah. But the whole, like, comparison is a thief of joy kind of thing. Yeah. He worries. God, this bloody exhaust things are in the way. Nailed it. But yeah, he has some really clean work. Like those Tau are insane. I'm a fan. I know I'm a bit biased, but I also genuinely think they are really good work. Self-criticism used to keep us from getting eaten by tigers, and overconfidence the opposite. Yeah, true. You're in a happy place, you can see when you do well, you just lack the consistency of doing it all the time. Yeah, I think we all have that occasionally. Right. George, not now, buddy. Okay. Very fiddly, this. Don't recommend. One, two, three, four. The other thing is that everyone is at a different stage of their skill development. Take inspiration from others, but don't doubt your own skills. I was told you wouldn't be able to do volumetrics with dry brushing. Watch me was my response, and it turned out pretty good, yeah. What a strange thing to say to someone as well. Sure, it's probably more difficult than with an airbrush if you have control over your airbrush, but I probably wouldn't be able to do it any better with with an airbrush at the moment than I would be with dry brushing. So, Chaotic Painting, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. You have caught me in the middle of having to freehand a Iron Hands thing on the pauldron here. Because I don't have any hands. So... cool. So far so good, I'm glad to hear it. Most people use an airbrush, but you don't use one. No. So should I put a shield? Like only 37 away from 400 followers. Holy moly. That's kind of crazy. Right. So he has a hand on his shoulder. And that apparently is 10th Legion. Yeah, that's fine. So I could do a 10th, Iron 10th on there. But that's on the pauldron, and I have a shield. How does it work with heraldry? Are you allowed to use like whatever? Because painting a circle is going to be difficult. I'm thinking I should probably paint that. Or that, but it's going to be... that's going to be hard. On there. Like it should be... it's your model, there's no rules. This is true. These are all pauldrons. I should really check it. Shield options. I guess people are just doing like... anything on there. I do like the idea of the cog, but I feel like that's going to be a ball egg. Yet another one. Another ball egg! That'd be cool though. I like the one with the eye. In the meantime, I've let my paint completely dry out on my brush. What a silly sausage. Right. And I don't have any of those either, do I? I mean, I have the eye, but not the cogs, so okay. Okay. They are horrendous to freehand. Yeah, but I've already had to freehand one thing. So I feel if I would now use a transfer, that would look weird. I'm going to try, see if I can get it... see if I can do it. It's going to be a nightmare, but... Have I got something that is round? And that size? I don't think I do. Okay. Nothing that's that's all to, yeah, pen cap might work. But I feel at that stage I might as well suffer. If I'm gonna make myself suffer, I might as well suffer in style. It would really help if my paint wouldn't just dry instantly on my brush. As long as the inner circle is good, I can clean up the outer circle. Cool. Just gonna make some food quickly. Back soon. No worries. Space Marine! Indeed. How are you? You sure I'm going to wrap up soon? Actually, I don't have a deadline today. I have nowhere to go. I have no movie night and no World of Warcraft tonight, so I can play until I get too hungry. For once. Toasty! Yeah. I think it's more likely that my dog is going to get upset with me for not taking him for a walk, but hopefully he'll be patient a while longer. I did promise him that I would take him for a nice fun walk when it was cooling down later, so... But he can... He doesn't speak human, so... As long as Pupper has food. Well, this Pupper is a weird Pupper. He's very fussy about his food and isn't really food motivated other than snacks. Yeah, I normally have to persuade him to eat his dinner, which is kind of crazy for a dog, but like I normally have to put bits of cheese or bits of hot dog or something in his food, because no matter what kind of food I buy for him, he's never happy with it. And even then, he usually leaves it. He'll go back for it later, but he's never not the kind of dog that you put a bowl in front of and he will just scarf it down. He's just not interested. You're currently trying to persuade Scout to eat their dinner. It's a funny one. Takeaway arrived? Amazing. What are you having? She's more intent on sleeping, but you'd like to know she's eaten before you go to work. Yeah, I get that. Bacon, cheeseburger, fries, onion rings. Oh, nice. Really should do more freehanding. It is kind of fun. It's stupid as hell, obviously, but it's fun. Who is Kit and why is everyone bashing him? Because he knows nothing. Jon Snow. Freehand is fun, but almost impossible to master. I don't think we ever really fully master anything, do we? We master beasts like two ferrets. If you just said what I think, what I think you said, then well done for typing that without sounding dirty. Your current project is about pushing freehand. Awesome. What is your current project? Oh, the Titan, yes. I watched you work on it yesterday and completely in one eye apparently and out the other. I know that's usually reserved for ears, but clearly not for me. You're referring to the 1982 movie Beastmaster. Okay. Yeah, I completely missed that reference, unfortunately. Apologies for letting that one fall flat. Cool. Welcome back, Jace. How are you? That'll do. If it's not a 1999 cinematic reference. Yeah. There is, The Mummy is, a classic. Still hot. Not in a handsome way. Oh. Oh no. Right. You remember enjoying the Mummy films, but you guess not as much as the rest of your peers. I mean, I think they're definitely appreciated a lot more now than they were at the time. I feel like Brendan Fraser over the years has turned into like a bit of a hero. And because of that, the Mummy movies as well. Because everyone loves him so much. I thought there's a third door on the right. You never watched a Tom Cruise one, but you guess it was trash. I mean, to me, like, if it doesn't have Brendan Fraser in it, it's like, I'm like, eh. Have I seen Scrubbed episode of Brendan Fraser? Yeah, I have. And I still hate them for it. That episode broke me. Scrubs is one of those ridiculous shows where you know it's technically speaking a comedy-ish, but it's depressing as hell a lot of the time. I think Rachel Weisz in his third film was an awful decision. There was no chemistry between the characters anymore. Yeah. So many episodes of Scrubs killed me. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't really know why I'm so cold. He did turn the AC to colder when he came in. He is left now, so I don't need to be cold anymore. But yeah, Scrubs was amazing, but so freaking painful. Scrubs had an amazing soundtrack, 100%. I still have that theme song on my playlist somewhere. 12th Man Gamer, thank you so much for the follow. You found me suffering through a free hand because I don't have any Iron Hands heraldry. Was called you came. Who were you called by? Don't ask what happened to 111. You know, man. Dr. Cox is amazing. The Horn of Gondor was sounded by Cat. Ah, possibly. One Tooth Man Gamer. I didn't drop my brush. That's a lie. Imagine climbing that mountain and lighting a bowl just for it to be false alarm and having to put it out and shuffle back home to your wife and how's work. You really don't want to talk about it. Oh man. The beacons are lit. Oh no, they are not. Like, never mind. False alarm. Gondor doesn't call for aid at all. There was this amazing little cartoon about a girl coming out of a changing room and saying, "Guys, I'm sure I look weird. I'm just like really pale and stuff, and don't laugh." And she comes out, and one of her friends just goes, "The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid," and it makes me laugh. They just want to let you know pizza's ready. Imagine being the one guard who's like, "Nah, Gandalf's an old man, he needs a stick to walk, definitely not level 99 spellcaster." Yeah, exactly. Oh man. It's like, you wouldn't deny an old man his walking stick. It's like, yeah, fine, go on then. Go on then. Definitely not a half god. I mean, I do feel like Gandalf probably wouldn't need the cane to smite them if he wanted them smote. Oh, come on. Okay. Have to go. Thanks for the stream and chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I appreciate it. Have a lovely rest of your day. Yeah, it's like any magical focus, but he could just blow up the entire city, right? He wouldn't really. I mean, balls. He could, rather than being very specific with it, he could, if he wanted to, just blow up the entire place and stupid tomato man. Yoda doing backflip shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Denethor. Ugh. It's like, dude, you still have a son. No, I don't. My son is dead. Ouch. What about second son? Yeah. Remember how I said earlier that I didn't want to waste too much time on this guy because he's essentially a glorified base topper. Sitting here painting a freaking freehand of a... stupid heraldry. Absolute schmuck. Too easy. Too easy to manipulate. Fiddlesticks. I read something a while ago about Gandalf knowing that the hobbits are chaos and like thinking that if we can't win the normal way we should just add some chaos, and that being the sole reason why he went and got some hobbits for that. Which I feel adds a cool bit of flavour to the whole situation. Navajo Windtalkers in World War II. I didn't actually hear about that. What is that? Very rare language esoteric at the time. Very few knew how to speak it. Oh, yeah. I did hear about that actually. Apparently is one of the most ridiculously difficult languages to learn as well. I'm pretty sure it's on Duolingo. Japanese tried, they couldn't decipher. Great films. Worse than Finnish, yeah. Cool. Couldn't learn Finnish, wouldn't know where to start. No, it's apparently one of the most difficult languages in the world. But yeah, I've been told Navajo is up there with difficulty level. Couldn't learn Finnish, wouldn't know where to start. Oh, fuck's sake, dude. Oh, man. See, that's where my Dutch heritage sort of comes in handy. For a second there, I was... Because we take everything so literally. For a second there, I was blissfully unaware of your terrible, terrible pun. You saw it again the first time you were waiting with a grin, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the amount of times Nivian has to go. It's not literal! It's, kind of embarrassing, really. You just assume everything White Wolf says is a pun. It's probably safe bet, yeah. Probably a safe bet. I don't know why I haven't learned yet. Learn to assume. As long as you don't say something is punishing. 60% of the time you're right every time, yeah. Right. There. I feel like that's possible. What color are their eye lenses normally? Bluish? Bluish. Let me check if I still have some white, because this is... it might work. Don't really want to risk it for the biscuit. Might as well put another tiny drop on there. Tiny, tiny drop. You've come to a decision. Okay. If you ever make a knight, the head will be a beaky. Oh, that'd be so cool. Have I got something very silly? This is probably going to be the silliest thing. That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? I would love to see that. Right. Right, my guy, you were very boring to paint, but the freehand made up for some of the boring. Probably put a wash over him. Because he's a bit too clean. Red Promo 3, thank you so much for the follow. How are you today, and happy Saturday. You know the great thing about this heat? What is it? What's the great thing about this heat? You found the handheld sewing thing your wife failed to get working. Spark of ADHD and boredom. You got it working at first try. Oh, amazing. Doing great. Yeah, not bad, thank you. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I am painting this Heresy Iron Hand, because I'm doing a full grim Forge World model, and I want to put some Iron Hands on the base to well, turn it into like a sort of diorama thing, and here we are. Well, he looks a little bit too clean at the moment, so I thought I should give him a little bit of a wash. Hopefully that will tone it down slightly. Let's miss the eyes with the wash. Clean off this a little bit. I will put a wash over my freshly painted freehand. Successfully stitched a napkin. Today is tissue paper, tomorrow red velvet. The world is your oyster now, take her mad. I used to start painting a couple of weeks ago, thinking about painting some Dark Kraken Hellblasters. That sounds awesome. Right. I think I can safely call him done for now, especially considering he's just going to be a glorified base topper. Cool. Let's have a quick look to see who is streaming at the moment. See who we can go bother. Because I'm getting quite hungry and I need to walk the dog. He has been very patient today, bless him. You dabble in metal cosplay? Brother. You watch mini painters, you do. Oh, Gary. Oh no, don't cry. Let's see. Painterly Git. You're
Guess who's coming to dinner with Felix? Robbie Williams.
one day, people will realise that starting your stream with an ad is not the best way to go about it. Oh, I can hear Nivian coming back in. Thanks, guys. I've had a really, really nice stream today. I really appreciate everyone hanging out with me and chatting, and it's been really, really, really fun. Oh, thank you. Oh, bless him. Yeah, I've had a really nice Saturday, and I appreciate everyone's help and support. And the raid from Zombie, and the subs, and the new follows and everything. So thank you. Have a lovely rest of your Saturday. I'm going to create. You feel like cool kindergarten teacher and the year is over. Well, for what it's worth, the year starts again on Wednesday afternoon, so Wednesday evening, so we can go have fun then. I'm going to send us over now. Thank you so much, and see you all soon. Bye bye.